check 2 huh check check 2 huh 2 one two one two สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับ check check 2 2 2 2 2 2 3 4 5 2 2 2 2 3 4 5 2 2 2 2 3 4 5 2 2 2 2
วัสดีครับสวัสดีครับเช็ค1 2 3 4ใช่ครับสวัสดีครับเบอร์1ครับเช็ค1 2 3 4เบอร์1แล้วครับ2ครับ2เช็คสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับ1 2 3 4เบอร์2ครับด้านบนเวทีโอเคใช่ได้ครับเบอร์2ครับสวัสดีครับ3ครับเบอร์3สวัสดีครับเช็ค1 2 3 4 5 6 7ครับ
ครับสวัสดีครับเบอร์สี่ครับสวัสดีครับเช็ค1 2 3 4 5 6 7ขอบคุณครับไมค์เบอร์ห้าครับสวัสดีครับเช็ค1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับเช็คสวัสดีครับ1 2 3โอเคครับไมค์เบอร์หกครับสวัสดีครับเช็ค1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10โอเคครับผม มันไม่รู้ผมนั่งฝั่งหนูนะผมได้ยินทั้ง3 ตัวเลยพี่แบบมันนิดนึงพี่ขอบคุณครับ
เฮ้เช็คสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับ2 3 4 5 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับได้นะสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับเฮ้เช็ค2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับครับครับ2 3 4 5 2 3 4 4 5 6 7 8 9 10สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับ2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับ
Your Excellencies, ASEAN member states, honorable speakers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome all of you to the 2024 ATM Connect, starting from today until the 1st of March. My name is Sidri Klampong and I will be your MC for today. The ATM Connect this year is organized under the theme Green Talent Development to enhance ASEAN economic co-creation and sustainable society through STI-based solutions, which is the forum where relevant stakeholders will share experiences, knowledge, best practices, and platform showcased to create people-to-people connections, focusing on green talent development in supporting ASEAN net zero journey. It is an honor that we have all remarkable speakers from ASEAN to join us at the opening ceremony today. Before we start the opening ceremony, I would like to ask all participants to kindly stand up for the ASEAN anthem. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Now, I would like to start with a welcome remark from Dr. Chanpen Mekha Apirak, Inspector General, Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation. May I welcome Dr. Chanpen to the stage. มันเหมือนกับลมมันตีตลอดอ๋อโอเคเขากำลังฟังอยู่เขาไม่ขยับเขาบอกว่าเหมือนมันเซฟตรงนี้อันนี้ใช่ไหมเขาบอกมุมอ่ะพี่ต้องมานั่งตรงนี้เพราะว่าต้องเข้าข้างใน Thank you, Dr. Chanpen Mekha Apirak, Inspector General, Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation. Next, may I invite His Excellency Mr. Pamsuk Satjapiwat, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, Thailand Cost Chair, to deliver the opening remarks. Please. Thank you, Your Excellency, for a remarkable message. Next, let us hear from Dr. Sun Hong Kwan, Senior Officer, Science and Technology Division, ASEAN Secretariat. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Sun Hong Kwan to the stage to deliver the opening message. Thank you very much, Excellencies. Next will be a group photo session on the stage. I would like to invite His Excellency Mr. Pamsuk Satjapiwat, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, and Thailand Cost Chair. His Excellency Dr. Siang Heng Hul, Under Secretary of State, Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology and Innovation, Kingdom of Cambodia, ASEAN Cost Chair. Dr. Chanpen Mekha Apirak, Inspector General, Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation. Dr. Roy Bun Rasami Ted, Director of Hydroinformatics Institute. Dr. Sun Hong Kwan, Senior Officer, Science and Technology Division, ASEAN Secretariat. Dr. Laksamon Samansin, Director of International Affairs Division, Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, and all the speakers to the stage for the group photo, please. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. Next session, it is an honor to have His Excellency Dr. Siang Heng Hul, Under Secretary of State, Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology and Innovation, Kingdom of Cambodia, 2024 ASEAN Cost Chair, to be our keynote speaker. He will share his thoughts on the topic of green talent development and mobility, a collection of skills needed to enhance green economy. His Excellency, the floor is yours. Okay. เป็น2ช็อตช็อตแรก6ท่านคนนี้ไม่ได้เชิญแต่ช็อตที่2ก็ยังมี6ท่านอยู่ถูกไหมงั้นเดี๋ยวปรับเสริมเพิ่มอันนี้เสริมเพิ่มอีกไม่ต้องเอาไปมา2สเต็ปรู้เรื่องเดี๋ยวไปปรับโอเคค่ะ Thank you, Dr. Siang Heng Huol, for a wonderful keynote. Before we start the next session, let us have a 15 minutes break. Please bring all your belongings with you since we need to arrange the meeting room for the breakout sessions. Enjoy your coffee and please come back at 10:30 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the session of the 2024 ATM Connect. We will start with the first plenary session on enabling STI-informed implementation of ASEAN strategy for carbon neutrality. You will hear from the panelists on how science, technology, and innovation can strengthen ASEAN capabilities to support ASEAN journey to carbon neutrality with the support from ASEAN Secretariat to facilitate the implementation of the strategy. And today we have Ms. Latifa Haidar Abdul Latif, Assistant Director, Head Analysis and Monitoring on Finance and Socio-Economic Issues Division, ASEAN Secretariat, who will remotely join us. Dr. Sanchai Kuborn, National Nanotechnology Center, National Science and Technology Development Agency, or NSTDA. Dr. Nuwong Cholakup, Research Group Director, Low Carbon Energy Research Group, National Energy Technology Center, NSTDA, and Professor Dr. Alvin Kulbaba, Professor de La Salle University, and the Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology Research and Development, the Philippines. With our moderator, Dr. Campana Silva, researcher, Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, Low Carbon Energy, National Energy Technology Center, National Science and Technology Development Agency, or NSTDA. And I would like to give the floor to Dr. Campana, please. Thank you very much for your excellent presentation and great information. Before we complete the morning session, I would like to thank all speakers and audiences who are with us until lunchtime. You can collect lunch coupon at registration desk, and don't forget that we have other sessions in the afternoon. See you at 1 p.m. and enjoy your lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the afternoon session. I hope you have a good lunch and rest. The afternoon session will start with the plenary session on green talent development to support bio-circular green economy in ASEAN. Today, we have representatives from members of ASEAN BCG network and experts from academic sector to share perspectives and best practices on how to develop ASEAN manpower in the fields of agriculture and food, medical and wellness, bioenergy, biomaterial and biochemical, and tourism and creative economy to support the transition to green industry. Please welcome Dr. Enrico Paringit, Executive Director and the Philippine Council for Industry, Energy and Emerging Technology Research and Development, the Philippines. Professor Dr. Antana Pratep, Dean, Faculty of Science, Prince of Songkhla University, Thailand. Datin Asnita Nazis, Vice President, Malaysian Bioeconomy Development Corporation. And our moderator for this session is Assistant Professor Dr. Warajit Setapan, Lecturer, Asian Development College for Community Economy and Technology, Chiang Mai Rajabat University. Dr. Warajit, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. And before we move to the last session, please take a 30 minutes break and please come back at 2:30 p.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the last session of today, the ATM Connect. Let us hear from the exchange from industrial sector and research and economic institutions on industrial perspective on opportunity and mechanism to mobilize green talent toward carbon neutrality. Please welcome Mr. Suroj Sangsanit, Executive Vice President of Say Motor CP, Vice President of Industry and Business Development of Electric Vehicle Association of Thailand. Mr. Atit Wechakit, Vice Chairman of Renewable Energy Industry Club, the Federation of Thai Industry. Associate Professor Sumonman Niamlang, Vice President, Ratchamangala University of Technology, Thanyaburi, the RMUT's Talent Resource Management Platform for reforming the national manpower production system, Thailand. Roslina Mohammed, Technical Specialist, Green Skills, Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Corp, Malaysia. Ms. Sakina Ramania, Talent Management Specialist, National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN, Republic of Indonesia. And I have Dr. Nuwong Cholakup, Research Group Director, Low Carbon Energy Research Group, National Energy Technology Center, NSTDA, as our moderator. I would give the floor to Dr. Nuwong, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to an end of today's session. On behalf of the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, I would like to thank all speakers, distinguished delegates, and all participants for your efforts and contribution for a successful event today. I hope you have a good evening and see you again next year. Thank you. Swadika.
Good morning. Good morning. Hello. Hello.
Your Excellencies, ASEAN member states, honorable speakers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome all of you to the 2024 ATM Connect, starting from today until the 1st of March. My name is Chitri Klampong and I will be your MC for today. The ATM Connect this year is organized under the theme Green Talent Development to enhance ASEAN economic co-creation and sustainable society through STI-based solutions, which is the forum where relevant stakeholders will share experiences, knowledge, best practices, and platform showcase to create people-to-people connections, focusing on green talent development in supporting ASEAN Zero journey. It is an honor that we have all remarkable speakers from ASEAN to join us at the opening ceremony today. And before we start the opening ceremony, I would like to ask all participants to kindly stand up for the ASEAN anthem. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Now, we will start with a welcome remark from Dr. Chanpen Mekha Apirak, Inspector General, Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation. May I welcome Dr. Chanpen to the stage.
Good morning. Permanent Secretary เพิ่มสุข สุจาภิวัตร Dr. เซียงเฮงฮูล Under Secretary of State, Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology and Innovation, Kingdom of Cambodia, National Custody Chair of each ASEAN member state, ASEAN Secretariat, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to extend a warm welcome to you all at this special and remarkable event, 2024 ATM Connect. We have gathered an impressive lineup of speakers and panelists to present about the essential scheme of ASEAN talent development and mechanism to connect with industry. Ladies and gentlemen, international mobility of talents and highly skilled human resources in science and technology is growing importance. It plays a central role in globalizing knowledge and technology creation and diffusion in the 21st century. Both developed and developing countries can gain from talent mobility of science and technology personnel if it is smartly and effectively managed. A radical rethink of appropriate policies, strategies, and processes of identifying, acquiring, maintaining, and mobilizing talents may be required for organizations to be successful and more adaptive to the new normal of today's fast-changing economic landscapes and increase in global connectivity. ASEAN Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation, or ASEAN COSTI, had approved ASEAN Talent Mobility to be a flagship program since 2018, and also tasked COSTI to establish the experts and group of talent mobility to scope, coordinate, and manage the cooperation in all stakeholders. I am pleased to inform all participants that the 2024 ATM Connect is one of the series of events and activities which will be implemented throughout 2024 as COSTI annual priority. The event is consisted of keynote address and panel sessions and show views, perspectives, and knowledge of how professionals in ASEAN can be developed and improved with proper skills to support the transition of clean industry. I am very much hope that all activities will benefit us for all. May I convey my sincere gratitude and appreciation to all ASEAN member states who put your effort to be here. We look forward to further enhancing the cooperation in developing clean talent for the sustainable and resilient ASEAN. Thank you very much. สวัสดีค่ะ
Thank you, Dr. Chanpen Mekha Apirak, Inspector General, Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, for your remark. Next, may I invite His Excellency Mr. Phomsuk Satchapiwat, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, Thailand COSTI Chair, to deliver the opening remarks. Please.
Excellencies, His Excellencies Dr. Siang Heng Hun, Under Secretary of State, Ministry of Industries, Science, Technology and Innovations, Kingdom of Cambodia, and ASEAN COSTI Chair, National COSTI Chair of each ASEAN Member State, ASEAN Secretariats, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Thailand's Ministries of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, the Kingdom of Thailand, I would like to express my deep appreciation to all participants in attending the 2024 ATM Connect Green Talent Developments to enhance Asia economics co-creation and sustainable society through STI-based solution. Climate change is one of major challenges of our time, from shifting weather patterns that threaten food production to rising sea level that increase the risk of catastrophic floodings. The impacts of climate change are growing in scope and unprecedented in scale. Finding the solution and take action on climate change issue is difficult. When economy has to grow together with green environments, the development of ASEAN strategy of carbon neutrality will give ASEAN a well position to diverse readiness among ATMS for collaborative partnership to be inclusive in facilitating future decarbonization. Technologies and innovation are considered as key elements to promote better nature-based solution and green ecosystem to tackle global challenges such as climate change, mitigation and adaptation, water security, food security, preservation of biodiversity, and disaster risk reduction. Thailand, on behalf of ASEAN COSTE, strongly support the implementation of the ASEAN strategies for carbon neutrality with the utilization of science, technology, and innovation to achieve ASEAN net zero journey through international collaboration of our existing initiatives. As a scientific body of COSTE, we will promote STI-informed implementation in accelerating green value chain integration, building regional circular economy supply chains, and developing credible and common standards. We will expedite ASEAN Green Terrain through ASEAN Terrain Mobility with industrial linkage between COSTE and private sectors, sharing green-based practice with series of program and activity through ASEAN BCG network. Conducting research, development, and deployments of low carbon technologies to private STI support for the implementation of the strategies. Last but not least, to achieve all the goals, I still believe that green capability are essentials. Proper skill of talents and expertise can drive us through the net zero journeys. This initiative requires collaboration across all sectors, especially the active involvement of private and industrial sectors to attain our targets. I am confident that this event will be the significant forum where ASEAN member states and relevant stakeholders discuss the issue on new strategies and identify key technologies in responding and fruitfully recovering global challenges towards sustainable ASEAN. I wish you all success from this event. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for a remarkable message. Next, let us hear from Dr. Sun Hong Kwan, Senior Officer, Science and Technology Division, ASEAN Secretariat. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Sun Hong Kwan to the stage to deliver the opening message.
His Excellency, Mr. Phumsuk Suchapivat, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, MESI Thailand, Thailand COSTE Chair, His Excellency Dr. Hau Sing Heng, Under-Secretary of State, Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology and Innovation, MISTI, Kingdom of Cambodia, ASEAN COSTE Chair, Dr. Junpen Mekapirok, Inspector General, Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, Thailand. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the 2024 ASEAN Talent Mobility Connect with the theme Green Talent Development to Enhance ASEAN Economic Co-Creation and Sustainable Society through STI-based solutions. It is an honor to stand before you today at this pivotal event held in the vibrant city of Bangkok, Thailand. On behalf of the ASEAN Secretariat, I wish to express my gratitude to the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, MESI Thailand, for the kind invitation to this meaningful event. All of us are gathering here today, ready to embark on a journey that will shape the future of ASEAN. The mission is clear. We are here to foster an ASEAN research community dedicated to the development of green talents and to leverage science, technology, and innovation for sustainable economic co-creation. The ASEAN region, home to over 650 million people, is a testament to the power of unity in diversity. Our collective efforts in embracing STI-based solutions for economic and societal challenges have shown promising results. For instance, the ASEAN Plan of Action on Science, Technology and Innovation 2016 to 2025 outlines our commitment to sustainable development with significant strides made towards carbon neutrality and green economy initiatives. As we convene to discuss and develop comprehensive plan, let us focus on the power of collaboration. The ASEAN Talent Mobility Platform is here for a reason, to promote the exchange of knowledge and foster innovation across borders. By nurturing talents, we are investing in a foreseeable ASEAN future that is resilient, sustainable, and inclusive. As we proceed with the discussions and collaborations over the next few days, let us remain guided by the principles of partnership and inclusivity. Let us be bold in our aspirations and innovative in our approaches. Together, we can achieve a sustainable ASEAN that thrives economically and flourishes environmentally. In closing, I would like to once again extend my deepest appreciation to MESI Thailand for organizing this event and to all of you for your commitment to making a difference. Let us maximize the opportunity to connect and share great ideas to build the ASEAN we all aspire to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sun Hong Kwan, for the opening message. And please remain on the stage for the group photo. Next, we will have a group photo, and there will be 2 rounds of group photo on the stage. For the first round, I would like to invite His Excellency Mr. Phumsuk Satchapivat, Permanent Secretary, MESI, and Thailand Costi Chair. His Excellency Dr. Siang Heng Hul, Under Secretary of State, Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology and Innovation, Kingdom of Cambodia, ASEAN Costi Chair. Dr. Chanpen Mekha Apirak, Inspector General, MESI. Dr. Roy Bun Rasami Tet, Director of Hydroinformatics Institute. Dr. Sun Hong Kwan, Senior Officer, Science and Technology Division, ASEAN Secretariat. Dr. Prateep Wongbandit, Deputy Governor, Research and Development for Sustainable Development, TISR. Dr. Laksamon Samansin, Director of International Affairs Division, MESI, on the stage, please. So for the second shot, may I invite all the speakers to join the group photos on the stage, please. Thank you very much, Excellencies. So for our next session will be a keynote address, and it is an honor to have His Excellency Dr. Sieng Hen Hul, Under-Secretary of State, Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology, and Innovation, MISTI, Kingdom of Cambodia, 2024 ASEAN COSI Chair, to be our keynote speaker. He will share his thought on the topic of green talent development and mobility, a collection of skills needed to enhance green economy. His Excellency, the floor is yours.
Yes, very good morning, Dr. His Excellency, Dr. Phumsuk Suchapivat, PermSec and Thailand COSI Chair, Representative Dr. from ASEAN Secretariat, Dr. Sun Hong Kwan, and colleague COSI Chair from ASEAN Member State, and all delegates from all AMS, particularly to our colleague from MESI, who invited all of us to be here in a great event focusing on green talent development and mobility, a collection of skills needed to enhance green economy. Allow me to talk without slide presentation. I was requested to have a slide presentation, but I feel like if I talk with PowerPoint, it has been with me for almost 20 years already. As a university researcher and professor, you are familiar with all of these points, all of this activity. So I feel like, okay, 30 minutes is too long for me to talk and stand in front of you. But I feel like it's good also to shorten the speech without the slide. It tends to me that I will not talk much. So please allow me to share my best in my capacity as ASEAN COSI Chair for 2024. We have this initiative since I think quite a long time ago, that I think in COSI survey 83 that ASEAN endorsed talent mobility, and we discussed on how we ensure that the talent in the region are mutually are mobilized in a way that all AMS get the benefit from such kind of mobility. So, and we also understand that we have many pressure currently, challenges particularly, like for example, somehow it's over competition. Over competition, it's for economically quite good, but from social wise, we face some challenges also. For that region, how can we harmonize such kind of mobility in the future? Second is resource depletion. I think we face this not only in the region, but outside our region, we face resource challenges also. So concept of green is there. The third one is aging society. I think we are, particularly in Cambodia, we are still in a young, mostly dominated population, but in the 10 or 15 years, I think maybe not 15 years, maybe 10 years, we will face this demographic aging population also. So how can we ensure that our talent in one particular region are efficiently used for the sake of benefit for all. So how can we do this? These are the challenges that we are facing also, that particularly in some of the country in our region are having this kind of pressure right now. Number 4 is climate change. I think it's needless to say, climate change is current and persistent challenges that we are facing. And I hope this is not a tool for superpower to use as a measure to stop the development of other regions. But we do agree that climate change is something that we have to take care well. I'm not saying that we have to fix it within a short period of time. Climate change is, I myself major in environmental engineering. I know it's not a one day off to fix all of these things, but we have to keep a great consideration on how we tackle this issue. And this linked to another issue of, almost every 10 years, we have one serious pandemics, threat the globe. So all of this create a lot of uncertainty for the socio-economic development of the region. So from talent mobility wise, how can we address this? This is what the theme of we are discussing today and the next few days on green talent development and mobility. And how can we nurture and nurture skill, upskill, reskill in the sector, ensuring that I think now connectivity is faster physically, virtually. So I think the zero-sum theory or zero-sum game, that what the history told us in the past, it may be in another picture where it's different. After Second World War, Abraham Flexner tried to, hunt for talent from Germany, from Einstein, for example, hunted for those talent to work in the US after Second World. I think it's not that way anymore. We are changing our mindset from talent, from brain drain to brain gain. Because now connectivity is faster, even mobility from here to other region is faster also. Within a day, within an hour, we can reach another place already. So how can we maximize or utilize this new trend of development for the region? I think the second part that I would like to address this topic on green talent development and mobility is the mobility for this. When we talk about green mobility, we have to see what is the history. The history, what I'm meaning is the new trend of policy, the new trend of economic development, like for example, ESG is coming, environmental social governance. So these are tools for the region to shape infrastructure, to shape policy, to shape your institution, to tackle, to reach, to catch another market. Like for example, when ESG come, the normal practice of your business without green initiative inside, you will not be able to, your product will not be able to reach the market. These are particular attention that the region must be taken care. And from university, from education sectors, how will we produce the right human resource in the field so that the industrial sector, the private sectors, can reach another level of innovation? Because now we're very simple. Even our agricultural product, if you want to export to Europe in the next 5 years, for example, they will ask immediately, are you green? Are you using a green technology? Are you using less pesticide? Are you taking care enough sustainability, carbon emission, neutrality, all of that? They will ask him that these are the standard, these are norm to be embedded in the trade criteria. For that reason, if you are not green enough in your business, I think it's very hard to reach the market for whatever your product is going to produce. Another one is the talent is another resource that I would like to all of us pay as much as attention. I love, with my colleague Zai here also, we always talk about human capital. How will we nurture our talent in green sectors? For example, green economy, circular economy, green technology, energy technology, all of that, ensuring that these talents are both, when you say human capital, are well educated, doing a great research, but also they are in good health. And they stay with us for a long period of time to produce enough knowledge for future generation. I would like to give an example like Japan. How can Japan stay quite a long period of time of development because of human capital? Human capital, what I'm referring here is not only education itself, but also health. How can you stay healthy until the age of 90 years old to get a Nobel Prize in your research field? These are important. So it's not at the age of 60 and you stop producing knowledge or producing a new skill, new set of skill, for instance, but until 80, for example. These are the new concepts that I think not only Cambodia, but I think also ASEAN member state must be taking care well. In Cambodia, we adopt human capital is one of a pentagonal strategy of the government for the next 5 years. So we must take care well our population from education wise and also health. This must go together. So again, as ASEAN COSTI chair, I am pleased to support, and we keep our continuous support for this talent mobility. And I hope this 3-day MOS, you will uncover what are the potential program, what are the potential projects or collaboration or activity that all the 10 member states can work together to address carbon neutrality, to address innovation, green innovation particularly. A hint for me is to urge all of the talent here from all ASEAN member states in the next 3-day workshop to uncover the regional innovation system. When you talk about regional innovation system, you must look the core of regional innovation system is research capacity, higher education, development capacity. Are we having firm in our hand? Are we having enough policy to address the challenge? Are we having enough infrastructure? So as long as you link these 4 fundamental element inside your discussion, I think you will address an innovation system in the region. And particularly, please address more on what are the knowledge, what are the skills that higher education or research must produce for the need of private sector, and what are the government, especially in the AMS, particularly in the region, to find the solution from policy-wise, and what are the infrastructure, like for example, I saw at the entrance, you see the platform. These are infrastructure, but more than that, in order to ensure that the talent move from one region to another, are we facing no problem of talent mobility? Like, for example, I don't want to see the talent in semiconductor are banned to move from one region to another. So I hope this will not happen in our 10 countries also. All of this must be discussed in advance from policy-wise. And also, we must produce enough skill and talent from education sector so that we will not face all of this challenge also. So, policy, education, mature SME or enterprise, ensuring they are waiting for job, they are waiting for talents to work. And we have to create enough infrastructure, policy infrastructure, standard, norm, and other policy tool, so that all of this ecosystem are happening in the region. Next, I expect ASEAN to join hand to nature and nurture an ecosystem allowing green talent mobility for the prosperity of our region and beyond. And I expect friendly and frankly share your opinion for common goal of green talent development mobility, a collection of skill needed for enhanced green economy. My deep appreciation to Messi for organizing these great events, and I hope some of Costi Chair here and His Excellency Pamsek Costi Chair from Thailand also will join a meeting in Cambodia in June 3 to 7 when Cambodia hosting this ASEAN Minister meeting on STI and also COSTI 84, right? 85, yes, thank you. So with that, I would like to conclude, and thanks very much for your patience to listen to me without slide for 15 minutes. I don't plan for 30 minutes, apology for that, but please keep engaging during coffee break together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Siang Hen Ho, for the meaningful keynote. And before we start the next session, let us have a coffee break. And coffee break is served outside, and please bring all your belongings with you, since we need to arrange the meeting room for the breakout sessions. And the breakout session for the ballroom A will be the breakout session about the plenary session, and for ballroom B will be the workshop of ASEAN-Japan Consortium on nanopore and emerging technology. Please enjoy your coffee and come back at 10:20 a.m. Thank you very much.
Can you see my slide? What about now? Can you see it?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the session of the 2024 ATM Connect. We will start with the first plenary session on enabling STI-informed implementation of ASEAN strategy for carbon neutrality. You will hear from the panelists on how science, technology, and innovation can strengthen ASEAN capabilities to support ASEAN journey to carbon neutrality, with the support from the ASEAN Secretariat to facilitate the implementation of this strategy. And today we have Ms. Latifa Haida Abdul Latif, Assistant Director, Head Analysis and Monitoring on Finance and Socio-Economic Issues Division, ASEAN Secretariat, who will virtually join us. Dr. Sanchai Kubun, National Nanotechnology Center, Nanotech, National Science and Technology Development Agency, or NSTDA. Dr. Nuwong Cholakup, Research Group Director, Low Carbon Energy Research Group, National Energy Technology Center, NSTDA. And Professor Dr. Alvin B. Kulaba, Professor de La Salle University, the Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology Research and Development, the Philippines. And with our moderator today, Dr. Kampanat Silva, Researcher, Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, Low Carbon Energy, National Energy Technology Center, NTEC, National Science and Technology Development Agency, or NSTDA. And I would like to give the floor to Dr. Kampanat, please.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction. I feel a bit lonely now because I'm just sitting alone. So would it be possible for me to also invite all the speakers to be sitting up here on the stage? So may I invite Dr. Sanchai Kubun over there, and also Dr. Nuwong Cholakup, and then Professor Alvin Kulaba. So, welcome again to the plenary session on enabling STI-informed implementation of ASEAN strategy for carbon neutrality. So, it's basically, us to think together how we can achieve this ASEAN strategy for carbon neutrality. How can we make ASEAN carbon neutral? And in the morning, we are trying to see what are the technologies, what are the technology options that we may be able to use to fulfill this carbon neutrality commitment of ASEAN member states and of ASEAN as a whole. So we'll start with the overview, which will be given by Ms. Latifa Haida Abdul Latif, and then followed by 3 presentations on all promising technology options that we may consider in the future. All speakers will have approximately 15 minutes for the presentation. Well, it can go also up to 20 minutes if you wish. And then I'll just ask for some quick question if there is any. And then we'll leave last 10 or 15 minutes for discussion if we can do it. So without further ado, I would like to invite Ms. Latifa Haida Abdul Latif, Assistant Director from ASEAN Secretariat, to share with us about the ASEAN strategy for carbon neutrality. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning. Can you just do a thumbs up if you can hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay, great. So, and first of all, thank you for having me this morning. And I'm very appreciative to the Science, Technology, and Innovation fraternity, who has been an ardent supporter of our ASEAN strategy for carbon neutrality. You know, this morning is another opportunity to help explain what we have in relation to the carbon neutrality strategy. Before I've been asked to actually speak about, give an overview of the strategy, highlight how science, technology, and innovation could contribute towards achieving the strategy, as well as what can ASEAN Secretariat do to facilitate the relevant sectoral bodies in achieving that strategy. So sort of like to set the tone, and maybe I start off with why carbon neutrality and not net zero? I'm sure that some of the participants may already be familiar or have heard about the carbon neutrality strategy. And for those of you who have not, what I plan to do at the start off is to actually do a quick recap and a quick introduction. So why carbon neutrality strategy and not net zero? It's actually quite straightforward for ASEAN because we're looking at regional collective action, which means that we need a common jumping off point where everybody will be able to collaborate together. And in this regard, given that the various levels of development, advancement in terms of decarbonization policy across ASEAN, carbon neutrality is the common starting point. And that's why we're starting off with carbon neutrality. But it doesn't preclude some of ASEAN member states who already have a net zero policy to also pursue a more ambitious objective. So that's briefly why carbon neutrality, because we received a lot of questions on this as well. And what are the genesis of the strategy? There are actually two folds. The first one is, of course, preserving the environment as well as climate action. And the other one, from where we're looking at, is also on the economic prosperity. This combination will be able to help ensure sustainable development for the region. And when I talk from the economic perspective, what we have noticed increasingly is that carbon footprint as becoming one of the metrics for competitiveness products, and ASEAN export will quickly lose its appeal if we are unable to address our carbon emission along the supply chain. And we're already seeing a lot of our trade partners, key trade partners, for example, EU, who came up with enacted climate-related regulations to tax products with high carbon emission. And this is why sustainability-related, this is why the strategy was developed to also ensure that ASEAN will preserve our competitiveness. And another factor is that sustainability-related initiatives across ASEAN, although that we have taken a lot of measures before, but it was done in a more like a fragmented manner. So we needed to consolidate all these initiatives so that we're able to actually monitor the impact and also have a strategy document and a pathway and a clear pathway towards it. So that's basically it. I'm going to quickly share my slides. So why, while we are looking at the economic benefits of it, there's also, let me see whether the slides on. So we also noticed that the pursuit of carbon neutrality will also be a win-win situation for the region because it also brings economic prosperity. And the analysis that we've conducted indicated that by 2050, the transition towards carbon neutrality could bring up to $3.5 trillion value add to ASEAN economy in terms of GDP. And it will also bring in about $6.7 trillion green investment into the region and create up to 66 million additional jobs for ASEAN citizens. And if we look a little bit further down, if you zero in a little bit more, you can see that the value add expected for from carbon neutrality transition for CLMV countries of ASEAN members would be between 9% to 12%. Whereas for the middle income countries like Thailand, Malaysia, it will be between 4% to 7% value add to GDP. And even for high income countries like Brunei and Singapore, there will still be value add to the GDP, although at a lower bound, lower margin. And there are 8 strategies that we're looking at under the ASEAN strategy for carbon neutrality. So the 8 strategies identified is expected to be able to address obstacles to decarbonization and also accelerate towards carbon neutral journey. And you can see that there are this little nice visual there. There are 4 strategies at the branch at the top. So basically the 4 strategies at the top is those type of activities, programs, or initiatives that will be able to accelerate, that will create economics, multiple economics benefits. Whereas the one that you see at the root of the tree, these are the fundamentals in structure that required in order for ASEAN to be able to make that jump towards the sustainable transition. So let me just briefly go through each of the strategy. The first one that we identify is accelerate green value chain integration. This is to be able to identify what are the opportunities across the value chain, and also how do we make sure that we can cooperate together and come up with a framework to be able to remove barriers for along the value chain. And this need to be accelerated. And for example, we can look at electric vehicles. There are a lot of opportunities in relation to electric vehicles where across ASEAN member states, not only that we have the resources in terms of, for example, the resources for batteries, but also there are a lot of countries that are looking into electric vehicles across the region in ASEAN, and this is one of the areas that needs to be focused on in identifying what are the opportunities. And the second strategy is looking into creating circular economy supply chain. This is another area because before circular economy is a big component of decarbonization. If we look at the report by Ellen MacArthur Foundation, 45% may be addressed through 45% actually of decarbonization can be addressed through circular economy. And we also at the ASEAN level, we also have a framework for circular economy that with 67 initiatives across 3 sectors. And before this, circular economy has always been looked at or undertaken at the national level. But in order for circular economy to be able to be effectively implemented, we also need to start thinking about transboundary movement of circular products. And there are a lot of potential, for example, sustainable aviation fuels. Given that ASEAN is such a huge agricultural economy, the agricultural waste could also be turned into sustainable aviation fuel. And right now, definition of waste across ASEAN varies, and there's a huge potential for us to be able to move circular products across the borders. And the third one is to connect green infrastructure and markets. And why this has been identified is because having an interconnected power infrastructure is critical. And right now, it's not just about moving the green electrons, but also the infrastructure, and it requires huge investment. And this is where we want to be able to also connect to global markets for the private sector to also help into supporting or investing in this part, because right now ASEAN's infrastructure, power grid are not able to transmit the energy mix, including from renewable energy sources as well. And this is one of the areas that is currently being looked at. And 4 is interoperable carbon markets. So a lot of ASEAN countries have their own aspires to actually tap into global funds when it comes to supporting the decarbonization efforts. And right now, the various types of regulation makes it difficult. If across the region, private sectors have to adhere to different set of standards, and therefore it is important for us to be able, for the different regulations across ASEAN to be interoperable with each other, and not just among ASEAN, but also globally, more importantly globally. And this is where, if I can segue to the next strategy, also relates to credible and common standards. What we want is to also be able to meet the gold standards, for example, the international expectations when it comes to some of these taxonomies, definitions, so that we have common understanding right now it's quite varies across ASEAN member states. And 6, the strategy is to be able to attract as well as deploy capital, and we must be able to build effective pathway to attract the necessary capital that we need for investment within the region. 7 and 8 it relates to talent and knowledge. So for strategy number 7, we want to be able to build talent, green talent for the region, and not just develop green talent, but also enable mobility across the region. One of the initiatives that has been identified is perhaps to look into possibly developing ASEAN green talent taxonomy. And finally, the 8th strategy is green best practice sharing, to share best practices in research and development, technology, as well as green transition, not just across ASEAN member states, but also borrowing from best of the world. And all these 8 strategies are intended to actually deliver 4 key outcomes to ASEAN. The first outcome is to be able to develop green industries. The second outcome is to create interoperability within ASEAN. The third one is to achieve globally credible standards. And finally, the fourth key outcome is to build green capabilities for the region. And what we've seen, what we hope is that through the strategy, ASEAN will be able to leverage on the benefits of regional complementarity, take advantage of our structural advantages, create economies of scale, promote economic growth, and also create opportunities for more ambitious climate pathways for the region. And so now to the question how science, technology, and innovation supports the ASEAN strategy for carbon neutrality. So there are 3 perhaps key areas where technology has been highlighted in the strategy. Recall earlier we talked about the sustainable aviation fuel. One of the initiatives identified to create what they call sustainable aviation fuel value chain across the region is to be able to identify feedstock as well as technology pathway in order to be able to galvanize production of sustainable aviation fuel. So right now, ASEAN Secretariat is working with a partner to map the feedstock for sustainable aviation fuel across the region. And we hope that with that information, we'll be able to see what are the technology pathway that we can use to be able to start creating this sustainable aviation fuel that will help not just circular economy, but also our decarbonization partially. And second, CCUS is one of the areas that the strategy also identified, and we're looking at promoting innovation in CCUS technology, for example, mineralization of carbon. And from what we understand, and I noticed that the next panel also will be talking about CCUS, there's a huge interest in ASEAN, not just looking at the capturing the carbon, but how we can actually utilize those carbon that we have captured. And these are the things that would be key for our decarbonization effort moving forward, and also for ASEAN to be able to achieve the carbon neutrality goal. And of course, the third one is capacity building to address technology gap. This is also a huge area that need to be addressed, not just in technology, but capacity in general. For green transition, that's a huge gap in ASEAN. We've seen when we did the strategy, one of the case study that we looked at is India, which have actually used technology as one of their focus to help them make the transition to carbon neutrality. India faced a huge constraint on government capital for green transition, and what they did was they focused on 5 priorities for certain selected sectors. And one of the priority is to spur technology transfer and incorporate tech and innovation in their industries. And this have helped them tremendously in coming up with innovative ways of financing the power sector, together with the renewable energy mix. So we can look at how the science, technology, and innovation sector has tremendously helped India in terms of their decarbonization effort. This is actually my last slide, but I want to end with how can ASEAN Secretariat facilitate. So our role at ASEAN Secretariat is actually to facilitate the sectoral body to implement the initiative or the areas, the programs in support of the carbon neutrality strategy. And there are various ways that we can do this, and one of the ways that I think quite common for us is to be able to also help the sectoral body to match the sectoral body with funder for that particular program. That's also one of the things that we can do, and we can also help connect with the private sector, should you require private sector inputs, and also be able to connect and collaborate with or with the bridge with other sectoral body. So there are various facilitative role that ASEAN Secretariat could help sectoral body with, and we'd be happy to facilitate this connection. I think I end here. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Ms. Latifah Haidar, for the brief overview of the ASEAN strategy for carbon neutrality. So you'll be with us until the end, right, to entertain the questions and answers. If not, I'll just open for question and answer now.
I'm flexible for both. I can stay until the end.
Yeah, so if there are any quick questions at the moment to Ms. Latifah Haidar, I think I'll just receive one or two. Well, actually, just to bring it a bit closer to this event, the ASEAN Talent Mobility. So I see quite a lot of expectation towards the science, technology, innovation community of ASEAN from your slides and also from your talk. But from this platform, this ASEAN Talent Mobility, so what would be actually the expectation of ASEAN or ASEAN Secretariat to the platform to actually help accelerate the attainment of the strategies being here in the ASEAN strategy for carbon neutrality?
Thank you very much for the question. I think I briefly touched earlier that talent mobility across ASEAN is actually one of the areas that need to be tackled, because right now what we want to be able to is create that pathway. So if this forum, the outcome of this forum could help us inform in terms of science, technology, and innovation pool of talent, how can we actually provide the pathway for the talent mobility across ASEAN, either scientists from one country could be able to be, I wouldn't say alone, but what I'm saying is that to be utilized by other countries as well in terms of their knowledge. I'm sure that there's already existing programs for as such, but in the context of carbon neutrality, it also appears right now, just to share that increasingly we are also seeing a lot of topics related to green economy that starts dipping their tentacles in trade agreements. And under trade agreements, there are also areas related to movement of natural person. This is where it relates to talent mobility. And these are the areas that I think we need to be able to look beyond the borders as well, because at the end of the day, what we want is to be able to optimize the resources or talent pool that we have. And right now, if this forum could actually show or demonstrate the need for ASEAN to create a pathway, or even have like a taxonomy of talent, green talent for the region. So these are the things that I think would be useful in informing other sector bodies that may be involved in implementing this as well, for us to be able to move forward and start developing the right intervention to create that pool of talent and to grow that pool of talent and mobilize those talent across the region.
Thank you very much. So I think, well, that actually emphasized the role of this platform as like one of the ways to create the foundation to this ASEAN strategy for carbon neutrality. And that synchronizes very well with what His Excellency Dr. Hu Xiangheng touched upon earlier about, well, that this carbon neutral thing, it will take like 10, 20, 30 years. It's a long-term thing. So we need to develop pool of talent, pool of people to have push this forward. Thank you very much. And then I hope you can stay with us until the end to entertain the discussion at the end. Thank you very much. Thank you. So let's move to our next speaker, Dr. Sanchai Kubun from National Nanotechnology Center or Nanotech, National Science and Technology Development Agency or NASDA. So I think just earlier, Ms. Latifa Haidar also touched upon this CCUS or carbon capture utilization and storage technology, which will be also will play a very critical role in attaining this carbon neutrality of ASEAN. So I think he will have a talk on the CCUS Alliance and Technology Roadmap to share with us. Please, Dr. Sanchai.
Thank you so much for your kind introduction. So I'm Sanchai from Nanotech, part of NASDA. So today, like as you might have heard from the first speaker that mentioned about the last slide, I like it very much. So identifying, so know what kind of technology kind of fits the context of your country. And the second part, go for the innovation, the right technology that, make it real, that it can be used. And the last part is the capability building. So even you have a lot of technologies, but in terms of people, you have to ensure you have infrastructure, people on that part. So as we mentioned here, we're talking about CCUS technology. So we talk in technology and economic perspective. So for here, what we have right there is what I'm talking to you right now is about the first roadmap of Thailand, our country, about this. So I'm just going to go briefly telling about like what is the thing that, in the country from COP26 and now it's go to 28. And we have the roadmap that at some point we want to reach the carbon neutrality by 2050 and 2065 or the all GSG emission on the zero emission. So when we have this constraint, so it's not just only Thailand, so ASEAN, if we can do this together, so we're going to be able to see some change. So this is the global, this is the world level that we see. So we have the data comparison Thailand with the EU and Denmark and China. So we should EU because they are also really big, economy part. And Denmark is one of the great achievement in terms of their CCUS technology, and China, one of the biggest economy in the country. So in this part, if we look at the graph right there, many countries have reached their peak for the CO2 emission already. And I just want to focus on the bottom part that in order for us to to go for the carbon neutral, what we should have done. So Thailand has, proposed by using CCUS by 40 megaton per year by 2050 and 60 megaton per year by 2065. And also other countries have done that. So this is what we're trying to promise. And looking more detail in terms of that, so what are the sources of the, the CO2 emission in the country? Looking at the orange color, so it's basically in terms of energy. So the energy sector is the one that contributes to the CO2 the most in Thailand. And other parts belong to, agriculture and also the IPPC, those industrials that we do, and also the waste. So we can see that, we might have some of the green things right there that showing that we might have some of the forestry that can absorb CO2, but still looking at the negative and the positive. So it's not equal right now. There's something that we really have to do in order to reduce the CO2, more efficiently. So by doing that, Thailand come up with the roadmap, how we can reduce those CO2. So in this one, the roadmap that we start from 2020, from the white paper first, suggestion, everything. And then we are working on this one in the 2023 about the CCUS roadmap. And we're not doing by ourselves, so we gather all the partners. the university in Thailand, all the experts in the technologies, and plus the regulatory and policy-driven agency. So the Minister of Energy and TGO, those are related to the energy and also the carbon-related policy. And very importantly, we're talking about economy. So the private sectors, they are very important people that we really want to hear their voices, because they might want to be the one invest in this technology, so it's cost their money. But still, they want to reduce the CO2. So that would be something that we're working on that part. So based on these the output from the CCUS roadmap, what we expect. So we come up with the strategic goal how to reduce the CO2. So we promised like 40, million tons per year, and the directions for CCUS technology, what we should do to make the CCUS technology work in Thailand in terms of policy for the TRF, Thailand Research Fund, and also we're going to build the national consortium, so with the supporting from the funding agency as well, and also how we can do the policy and co-creation mechanism, the policy people talking to their experts in the fields and then working together. So this is the first. So what I'm going to show you next is how we build this. So first, understand ourselves first. So we know the situation. What is the situation of the CCUS in of our country? Understand ourselves first. So the tools that we use is called PESTEL analysis. So I'm going to go into detail later. And then when we understand ourselves, we go for CCUS technology review. In the global level, what are people doing in using this such technology? And then from that one, identify key technologies that, from the global one, and which one is the one that would be possible to be applied in Thailand, and the technology and the strategy application. So looking in both terms, what is the application roadmap and what is the technology roadmap for those? And finally, we're going to go with the third one, so the driving mechanism. So how we can make this possible, how is the implementation of the CCUS roadmap can be used in the country. So there are many parties, and then the evaluation and also monitoring system working. So by doing so, we have the three major steps: assessment, strategy, and driving mechanism. And this is just show you briefly. I mean, we can talk later, I think this afternoon, if you want more detail on that part. But this for PESTEL, we're looking at different directions from political, economic, social, technology, environment, and legal. What kind of, the drivers, what kind of the current situation that really support us. Like, for example, Thailand Climate Change Act, carbon-related tax, the CBAM. It supports the CCUS to be possible. I mean, it may cost more money, but it makes this possible. What are the things that, the infrastructure readiness, the lack of R&D funding, and those such things. So we look at many perspectives as possible for us to understand the situation of Thailand. And then, after that, when we have that information, so we start the first next step by brainstorming. We invited all the experts to come join us for the brainstorm process. So in this part, we start the first part by using the strategic target. What we have the goal, we have to achieve 40, million ton, and then by the year we have that. So what we do with that, and then we go for application needs and assessment. So what are the part that we need at different times of the roadmap, and then we go for contributing factors and those innovation for the innovation to be happen. So what kind of technology and who are the enablers to support that, and finally end up with the driving mechanism as well. And here is something that we have found. So this from the reference. So the CCUS here in the global level that we can see, we start from the first part is the capture. So the capture technology is right now is mostly for absorption. So amine absorption seems to be something implementable right now in many countries. I think I heard Japan is one of the countries that's working so hard on that. And also the compression and transport, that is another part that the pipeline and the truck system is currently working. The use, the utilization, the thermochemical is not too high in terms of technology readiness level. And then go for the storage right now, the saline information, the biological, the utilization, biological processes, so also practical. and also the EOR, the enhanced oil recovery process. So they said that by using this technology, push the CO2 into those, we can recover the oil up to 50%. 15%, sorry. So, and then we look at this. So this is the global level. This is a readiness, like we have some basics work, we have some pilot, and we have some deployment technology in the market already. How about this technology in terms of Thailand? So we have adapted some of technology in this. I'm not going to all the detail, but what we want you to know is that when we see the world, we might want to check what is the position of us, of the Thailand. So starting from this one, I'm showing just basically from the capture and utilization technology. So for capture technology, absorption, what kind of absorption, the amine things and the COI materials become really interesting, and also to activate that carbon for CO2 absorption. And go for the other way. So we're gonna see that what is the world situation and what is the situation of Thailand. And another part is the utilization. So as we can see here, the thermochemical, comparing there are three main categories: thermochemical for CO2 conversion, electrochemical, and photochemical, and others related things. So in these terms, thermochemical to be the one that is the most mature in the country, and the electrochemical tend to go a little bit higher, but the photochemical might need some time to go for the industrial scale level. Right. So that is pretty much for us. The very first part, know the situation of yourself, know the global situation. And then what we're going to do, the technology application roadmap, we seem to understand that. What about infrastructure? Is Thailand ready, to implement some of the CCS technology? And then the funding, what kind of funding and what are HR development? So that's what we're talking about. The Green Thailand thing, I think, is very crucial to support this mechanism. And what is the incentive that people who drive this technology really want? And finally, the policy and regulatory framework. So how can we make this thing work? So we come up with this. So this is the Thailand, the roadmap in terms of first part. I'm going to show the CCU. So it's separated because when we're talking in terms of the technology, the application, and also the scale. The CCU, you see that the amount of the CO2 reduction is just only about 0.1 and 4 something. And then this, I'm not going to go to the detail again, but these are the possible technology based on the agreement between the private sectors and the policymakers and also the expert that, okay, we might want to see some of this happening throughout from 2023 and 2050. But what I would like to add up on this part is that it's not necessary that you have to do 1, 2, 3, 4, but if some technology happens to be feasible before their times, then we can do that. And I would like to focus on this part that for us to push the technology to use, there are, as I mentioned, strategic target, application, and also technology. We need that, so we need that implication. So we might want this technology and also the enablers and the drivers that to make this happen too. And it is in terms of CCS as well. I'm not going so much detail on this part, but as you can see right here, there are different perspectives that we look at this one, because for the CCS, only the big company, it's really big infrastructure because it needs, a lot of investment. So in this part, we look in terms of projects, not just only be doing the sectors. And this part is better to do in terms of grid. So many companies, we have the location there. So the companies come, you have a lot of CO2, the piping system, the grid system might be working on that part. And integrated all of these. So as we can see, separate into parts. This is a plan that Thailand is working on. So in terms of technology and application for CCU and CCS, the very early one is the carbonate and concrete. And the CS one is the offshore pilot demonstration and the sourcing matching one. And that the other two phases that we're going to go for, the offshore, the high value materials for CCU. And in terms of the technology, what kind of technology that we need is the mineralization, the survey, the depleted, the measurement, the monitoring system, the source identification, the membrane technology, solid absorption technology. That's going to come first. And in terms of enabler, so we want some infrastructure, raw regulation, CCU pilot facility, driving mechanism, the CCUS R&D program, public awareness, finance incentive funding, and some of knowledge in terms of geoscience and engineering and chemical, petrochemical. And S&T management are the technology transfer, localization, the networking between, us and also ASEAN country as well, maybe something that we can work on that, and policy and regulation. And very importantly, when we're talking about this, we might want to have the pilot projects that happen. So to see how it truly work. So the pilot project, we may have the CCUS pilot project and CCU pilot project, and we integrate the techno-economic analysis into that part. So what Thailand is doing based on, our strategy, there are 3 things that we do. Shifting to renewable energy, so trying to find a way that we can replace the current fossil fuel into some renewable carbon capture and utilization storage. So mostly this one is the second part that we do that. Retrofitting agriculture, forestry, electrifying decarbonization, road and transportation. What I'm saying that CCUS is just a part, it's just one of the method. So the country might want to work on the other 3 together for us to compensate each other for the project, so for the whole process. And this is long-term for us, as we can see that, the sources of the CO2. By 2040, we're going to work on in this one, for the cements related, I think. I'm sorry, the first one is energy first, for that one. So renewable energy, the Thailand's power generation, we did the major sector for CO2, and then we go for manufacturing industries, and also the industrials and process and product use sector, in order for us to be able to reduce the CO2. And this is another part that I would like to emphasize, that based on the result we get from the roadmap, so we are so lucky to get the KAI funding from PMUC, one of the funding agency in Thailand. So when we have that, we have the goal, we have everything. It's very important for us to bring our people together. So we built the consortium called Thailand CCUS Alliance. So what are this consortium going to do? The first one, this year, the first year, alliance formation. So we have the focus groups. We're going to meet more people in order for us to form some kind of, the committee, the groups, the members, and also we're expecting that we're going to have more some MOU signing between us and many organizations in Thailand. And when we have people interested in joining us, we go for structure shaping. So we have the meetings, regular meetings, and also national and international networking. So it's possible in the second year that Thailand and our friends from Southeast Asia can meet more, and then we make more public awareness, and we hope that we can bring some of the more solid structure that we can work. And finally, it's sustainable partnership. So in this part, what we really want to see that what we are doing is basically, helping with the climate, helping with the economy. So we're hoping that the last part that we can attract some funding from, Western countries, from others, from international funding, that we're going to be using it as to support for us. And what key activities, what kind of working packages that going to be working in this TCCA, their alliance. So in those 4 major activities, the first one is the capture. So what we do, sort identification, like I'm not sure for some country, do you have the carbon footprint already? If that is good, what kind of source, what kind of, that you have, the capture technologies, and then utilization, what the one that we have is this, we can see in polymers, in what kind of potential CCUS concept that can be used in particular feedstock or source, and storage, physical storage, geochemical, and then transportation, looking in an enabler, looking in many terms in terms of infrastructure, and also some of those audits, some of those law and regulation based on that part. So that is pretty much about the CCUS roadmap in Thailand and Thailand CCUS Alliance. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sanchai. So I believe there should also be some questions on the floor, but I would like you to reserve that until the end. So we'll go with the other 2 talks first, and then we'll open the floor. So next, may I invite Dr. Nuwong Cholakup. Apart from being the research group director of the low carbon energy research group of NTEC NASDA, he's also a committee member of Thailand Energy Storage Technology Association of TESTA. So today he'll be sharing with us another important cutting-edge technology which will help attaining carbon neutrality. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So I was just standing, in just after Dr. Sanchai. So good morning, everyone. Can I have a raise of your hand who doesn't have a smartphone? Okay, I think I'm in the right audience. Secondly, who doesn't have the power bank for your cell phone? Not with me, not right now, but in your life. Oh, we have three. Okay, all right. Then my job is also to convince these three, participants to try to see what is important of energy storage. I think we hear from CCUS already that we want to be carbon neutral. We know that renewable is good. The sun is free, but to capture it is not free. And to store it is even more expensive, right? Wind doesn't blow every day. You have season. Would it be nice if you can extend the range, or we can use those RE to really reduce the burden on carbon emissions? So this is my job for the next 15 minutes. I'm not going to talk all the slides. I can share this with you later, but at least basically Thailand has also recently formed up, among the academic, industrial, and also government to try to see how can we bring the issue of battery or the energy storage into a common use so that it can be infrastructure, it can be the enabler, and so it can be the future technology to make sure that we can achieve that. So this is the breakout of today's presentation. And this is just to confirm with you, I really is a committee, so I'm eligible to speak on behalf of the association. Unfortunately, Dr. Pimpa, the president, and also at our institute, she has another meeting, so it's crashing so many meetings now, so they're online, offline, we're all confusing now. But anyway, it started in 2020, just during COVID. Everybody during COVID, we see each other through the screen. You teach to your kids, for those lectures you teach to university, you may have meeting, and now it's just a common that you have this hybrid online, offline, streaming, right? But at the end of 2020, I think we have 4 or 5 organizations, coming, NSTDA, also Nanotech and NTech I belong to. You have Khon Kaen University, you have Kim Mongkut University, Chonburi, you have North Bangkok, and EVAT, which also I'm a committee of, but I'm not on EVAT hat, but my colleagues will speak in the industrial session this afternoon. So EV, EV and battery are coming up just as like a brother and sister. The reason why EV is so affordable now is that battery has gone down 80% in the past decade. And also the power bank is also, now you just change it. And sometimes we have to do it more responsibly. What if, we end up with a lot of solid waste for those batteries? So this is the reason why we're having this alliance. First, we start forming like what CCUS Alliance to test whether the water is still hot, to see whether the commitment on our members. And then we also register as a TESTA in a year later. So with that, so this is our activity. Of course, we want to promote the activity, including in Thailand and also in the regional. We have teamed up, I think, with the first battery meeting last year, and thanks to our Indonesian colleagues, we have in Bali. This year, we're going to have in Singapore, and next year, we're going to have in Thailand. So you're all welcome. We can send you the invitation later. And of course, all we do is talking about battery energy storage, not only electrochemicals, but you could go into something like even water storage, cheap one. But of course, you need a lot of infrastructure. You can go with flywheel, mechanical, or you can go with other things. Right? So let me walk this way too, so people can see this side of the screen. So this is basically the current member. So we have, of course, the founding on the top, the leftmost. We are for mining, but of course, Thailand, we have some news that we thought that we had a lot of mineral, but no, it's not really. But we actually have the company who invest abroad. And we have those main part, cell and pack, integration in EV, mobility, stationary, and also the testing equipment. So you can see this one. We are at the moment talking with the Ministry of Industry and Ministry of Natural Resources Environment to see how we prepare for our retired battery from the EV or from the energy storage. We start to have a lot of hybrid PPA, power purchase agreement coming up. But once the battery has underperformed so that it's not making sense to sell those electricity under the contract, they're going to change it. And what we're going to do with the spent battery. So this is what we are doing. Now, battery, of course, it first start with this initiation. I'm not going to say in all detail like who's going to be carbon green growth, green transportation, carbon neutrality, European Green Deal. Those things actually, I would say, both a threat or an opportunity for the industry in Thailand to really rethink how we do things in the industry, because it's no longer a price war. You only sell things, but it's now carbon war. How can you reduce the carbon dioxide emission footprint of your product? Otherwise, you cannot be able to sell it abroad. So with that, of course, we have Thailand 30 by 30. My colleagues will say from EVAT in the afternoon. So we had a lot of ambitions so that we want to produce a lot of electric vehicles. But of course, because we have infrastructure to produce ICE, internal combustion engine vehicle before. So we want to convert that, but to converting is not easy. Somebody gonna get hurt, especially those parts that are not going to be used in the IEV, like piston, injector, but those who are producing brake, handling, suspension still use it. So how can we compromise this kind of thing? And I think under this current Prime Minister, he actually looked both sides for the transition from the ICE to hybrid to EV, as opposed to just streaming up for the EV itself. And this is just a ballpark that I think Thailand in ASEAN, in our friend, we happen to be lucky that we've been promoting and producing our vehicle and send abroad, especially in ASEAN. And vice versa, we also import some car from Indonesia. We also import some car to Malaysia as well. So this kind of thing will happen, and this is the statistic that in Thailand last year, I think is quite small, but I think you can Google on evat.org.th. You'll see that last year, from the scheme of supporting the government, Thailand for the first time reached 2 digits of the new car, new BEV car. We no longer count hybrid, we no longer count plug-in hybrid. We only count the one only with the battery and the normal engine. So last year we get about 12% in sedan car. So to get 30% is not that difficult now. I thought, we thought that among our academy thought that it's not impossible, that wasn't possible, but with the scheme like this, EV3, and of course EV3 finished last year, but we have the EV 3.5 that's actually to continue support with a lower subsidy. But of course, we're not just only subsidize the price of EV, but we are mandate, there's a string attached when you sign this deal to get a subsidy. All the BEV company who import freely, also import and reduce the excise tax, has to produce in Thailand. And that brings the industry for people to start having the local part in Thailand. And this is also the infrastructure that we're supporting. Then you can see around here that we have quite a bit of especially you go to Samyan Mitral across the street here. And we have also the testing facility, because we want to make sure that we are not jeopardizing our consumer in Thailand with some of the non-standardized battery. So we have both from Thailand Industrial Automotive, we have from PTech, from NSTDA, we have also the Electric and Electronic Institute to test all kind of things that also to serve, which is a private sector. Because before that, we only testing the ICE car, but we will change to EV car. How are we going to do it? So we have testing infrastructure. And we look at battery ecosystem. People are asking why Thailand want to be a battery producing, because we know that we don't have nickel like Indonesia and Philippines, but we have the demand. So it's better how you want to position your manufacturing industry to near the feedstock or to near the demand. So in Thailand, we strategize so that, of course, in the upstream, you can see it's not that much. Of course, we have this initiative from the KKU, Khon Kaen University, that they are having this pilot plan for producing the cell level battery. And then we have the cell impact quite a lot because, all this manufacturing and all this brand name, because they are committed with the Ministry of Excise Tax, that because they got the subsidy for 2 years. Starting this year, they're going to have to start producing EV. And of course, we know that battery is a big portion of the cost of EV. So that's why many people are starting to produce at least the pack, not only the manufacturing part. And of course, we have all the variety of the brand. You can see both Thai, both joint venture, and also both the foreign brand. And so we have the testing. Still, we still have to fill up this part, how we can actually taking care of the near future electronic waste. Now, if you look at the cell production facility in Thailand, we have apart from King Mongkut University, Khon Kaen University, sorry, on the top row. We have Nuvo Plus, which is also part of the oil company PTT. And also this on the Amita, also this is the NGF suit. This is coming up with, you can see the big bus that's running in Bangkok, the blue bus, that's also part of the EA as well. So of course we have all the plan that's coming up because of the demand for mobility. But of course we know that we can also raise the demand once we have the energy storage in the stationary so that we can still continue to use the renewable energy from solar and wind further. So on this slide, I think all the commitment from this car maker, EV car maker, they have to start producing it, and also they're also investing in the upstream part, which is the manufacturing of the battery. And also, this is just to go one by one. Then we have, in our research institute, then we have also looking at the battery as well, especially on the testing, durability, performance, charge discharge rate, depending on the application. We're also working at also the Khon Kaen University that they are from lab to fabrication. So they have this, I think fancy, okay, the part plan for making this. And we also, so this is the details on the KKU. They have also the startup and producing the battery for, of course, for the cell phone power bank, and also they are partner with the local two-wheelers and also for the golf cars. Because as you know, to get into the supply chain or ecosystem of the four-wheeler or the commercial truck is not that easy. So at this time, she also, Professor Nolak also trying to get to the market where actually they can accept the Thai counterpart. And from King Mongkut, they're also looking at this charging and also doing new generation mobility of supporting, the usage and also expanding it to autonomous vehicle. That's the next step so beyond the EV. And we also are having the testing battery as well. So, because I think in order to legally sell four-wheeler and two-wheeler in Thailand for the EV, you have to pass the UNR 100 and UNR 136. And the most of the time taking part is the durability test, like deep cycle, charge and discharge, those kind of things. And also we have from the private sector, this is EA, they also partnership with the Amita from Taiwan. And so they have a pouch cell battery pack manufacturer, and they use it for, of course, for the bus running, and also they try to extend it to truck and also train. They have one project that they actually do the locomotive BAV train to test with that. And this is the battery, and also you have, for those of you who may stay longer, you can try the e-ferry that actually belong to the EA as well. And also we have this Nuvo, that the new one that is actually coming up from the PTT group to be a new plant that starts manufacturing, all these parts that to be available. And I think I'm running out of time, so okay, 1 minute left. And also PTEP. This is quite interesting because PTEP stands for the exploring and production, and we know to dig the oil, you emit a lot of CO2. So this is how they're trying to actually gain toward lower carbon in their company, so trying to introduce this kind of energy storage or battery as a playground for this one. And also this is the project that in our institution, Intech, we are pioneering on trying to establish the standard for the swapping of two-wheeler, similar to what Indonesian standard has launched in December last year, I think. And also we have some testing in there. With that, I think this is my last slide. I'm going to say anything. I finished my 15 minutes already, but my end message is that battery is coming, as we all know, and let's work together in ASEAN. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nuwong, and thank you very much for keeping this 15 minutes long presentation. So we heard about TESTA, the association, and also situation in Thailand with the development of the technology and also the deployment of battery technology, and also the stakeholders that are involved here, including, well, the reasons that they are involved in the project. So please keep your questions for now, and then I'll open the floor at the end of the talk, of the last presentation. So let's move to our last presenter, Professor Dr. Alvin Kulaba, professor at De La Salle University, and also he's a member of National Academy of Science and Technology in the Philippines. So we've been hearing a lot about the technology, but it's not only about the technology itself. You need to also think about the people who are developing the technology and also who will be sustaining the technology. So he'll be sharing with us basically about the green talent toward STI-based strategy to carbon neutrality in the case of the Philippines. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Indeed, good morning, everyone. It's really, you know, a pleasure to be here and share actually some of our thoughts related to green talent towards STI-based strategy to carbon neutrality. Just for the, you know, maybe everyone here may not be familiar with Philippines, but more importantly is that Philippines is an archipelagic and a maritime country. So if you're talking about technologies, especially in renewable energy, you know, you have to deal with a lot of, you know, logistics and infrastructure issues, primarily because we are separated by islands. And Philippines is most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. We have, of course, we have already experienced back in 2013, one of the strongest typhoons in the history, Haiyan. And Philippines is indeed, you know, very, very, conscious about developing technology that would address, you know, the impacts of climate change. So the challenge of keeping, you know, the global temperature less than 2 degrees centigrade is something that we need to institute deep cuts. In other words, global greenhouse gas emissions need to be reduced, you know, up to about 40 gigatons per year to net zero in the next generation. So there's been a lot of already mention about the technology, CCU, you know, electric batteries, and earlier, one of the things that we need to really look at is what do we do in the next generation to be able to meet, you know, the global greenhouse gas emissions. So net zero or carbon neutrality refers to achieving an overall balance between greenhouse gas emissions produced and the greenhouse gas emissions removed from the atmosphere. So all climate models agree that limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade require that we achieve net zero emissions before the 21st century. So the next future has begun. In the Philippines, we have colleagues here from the Philippines. We haven't actually made our, you know, commitment to net zero, primarily because we focus on renewable energy. By 2030, we have already targeted up to 30% of our energy mix is on renewable energy. And by 2050, that should be rise to 50%. So that is where the commitment of the government is. But certainly, we have to have a net zero, you know, strategy in this case. So the intended nationally determined contribution among countries has already recognized that the carbon budget is really going down very fast. And in the Philippines, the low improvements in energy intensity and increasing reliance on fossil fuels are causing the energy emissions to increase. And it's already a well-known, from the literature and reports that 90% of the regional greenhouse gas emissions come from the 5 countries in the ASEAN, including my country, the Philippines. So the question is, how do we, achieve this pledge? The net zero emissions is actually achieving, these targets by mid-century, which is actually recognized as the key limiting global, strategy to the level of 1.5 degree centigrade. You can see in this figure that we have the remaining carbon budget, and that is, this particular portion is actually your window for the net, zero emissions. There are technologies to achieve that. Certainly, the first one is on renewable energy, electrification and efficiency, and the fourth one is your nets, or the negative emission technologies. And let me focus on number 4 in much more detail in the next slides. Doesn't move. Can you do that manually? Oh, yeah. Renewable energy, it's already clear to us, the advances in energy storage, earlier discussed here, shared by the experience in Thailand, can provide, world electricity with minimal CO2 emissions. So we're done with that. I think that's actually where most of our countries are focusing on. Electrification, efficiency, the smart technologies or systems are now being pursued in many countries. But let me focus on the net, negative emissions technologies. So nets remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and store it durably in another environmental compartment, such as deep underground, in biomass, or in the oceans. Number 1 technology, afforestation, is very common. It refers to increasing the forest area by planting new forests, which reforestation refers to replanting new trees. The goal of AR is to enhance the carbon sink of forests. This has already been reported in the literature. Habitat restoration includes wetland and coastland restoration by rewetting or blocking the drainage. And the goal of this HR is to enhance the anaerobic storage of dead organic matter in these areas. Soil carbon sequestration are land management practices that increase the carbon content of soil, as reported in the Royal Society in 2018. For example, no-till agricultural reduces loss of carbon when ploughing and using organic fertilizers and composts. Biochar is made through pyrolysis, which is a thermochemical conversion of organic matter under low or zero oxygen conditions. It stores relatively stable carbon in recalcitrant form, preventing it from returning to the atmosphere for an extended period of time. Because the biomass used for biochar production is carbon neutral, storing the carbon away from the atmosphere results to negative emissions. But again, these are reported in some scientific, studies. Carbon capture and storage, that has already been, reported earlier. Enhanced weathering, this is actually relying on the acceleration of the slow natural weathering of rocks to fix atmospheric CO2. Bioenergy with carbon capture and storage. It is actually, the first one is the combustion of renewable biomass, and the second one is carbon capture and storage of the exhaust carbon dioxide from the combustion process. The CCS includes CO2 capture from the combustion exhaust, handling and transportation of CO2. and storage, which can be through injection in deep geological formation, mineral carbonization, or low carbon concrete. Direct air carbon capture and storage. This uses chemical reactions to capture low concentration CO2 from the atmosphere and uses engineering solutions to store CO2 underground. Okay. Ocean fertilization. The photosynthesis by planktons at the surface of the ocean occurs naturally, and the organic matter is transported down a process known as biological pump. OF works by adding liming nutrients to the ocean, which increases the magnitude of the biological pump, wherein the organic matter will sink at the bottom. This is a high-risk, high-uncertainty option, though. So the role of nets in achieving net zero emissions can be used economically and biophysically to achieve net zero emissions. The annual negative emissions target in the 50 years is 2.18 to 6.44 gigatons of carbon equivalent per year, as reported in Roida et al. In 2021. So economically, nets can offset emissions by phasing down fossil fuels. Philippines is still very much dependent on fossil-based fuels, especially coal. Nets can also offset emissions from difficult decarbonized industries like the aviation industry. Biophysically, once we exceed our remaining carbon budget, no amount of decarbonization will be able to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade. And certainly climate models have shown that both decarbonization and nets are needed to achieve this target. The negative emission potentials of nets is shown in this table, wherein, the AR, HR, carbon, So soil carbon sequestration has up to 11 potential capacity to reduce carbon dioxide per year, while bioenergy with CCS and direct air CCS can, as a potentially can reach up to 10 gigatons of CO2 per year. The NET's technical readiness shows that it's the AR and SCS who has a high, readiness level of 7, which is actually already at the prototype demonstration in an operational environment. But as you can see, we are not yet in the level of 8 or 9. So there's still a lot of work to do in many of the net emissions technologies. Bibliometric analysis showed that since 2021, there has been a lot of work and researches related to carbon neutrality, as actually shown in this slide. But as you can see in the science mapping, carbon neutrality is very much associated also with alternative energy sources, with carbon sequestration, with life cycle assessment through green performance assessment, as well as emission control, and even human and economic development. And carbon neutrality in recent times has already associated with economic development. So this just shows the increasing interest of associating carbon neutrality in different areas in clean technology. So these are the recent studies on the decarbonization in Southeast Asia, which you can actually see from the different literature. Okay. The ASEAN commitment to net zero emissions is shown here. I did not have to elaborate, it was shown also earlier. The Philippines, in this column, the fourth to the last column. So these are our commitment. So in renewable energy, by 2030, up to 35%, commitment to be part of the Philippine energy mix. So I'd like to share to you an STI-based strategy towards carbon neutrality. As you can see, there are three important areas that we need to really focus on that should be synergistic if we want to really strengthen science, technology, and innovation. And in the technology environment here, you can see education and skills, and including the technology, research, and commercialization infrastructure are very important. And at the top, you can see you need the green talent, the scientists, engineers, and researchers, and you need those innovation hubs or centers for your net emission strategies to achieve carbon neutral or a sustainable society. Here in the business environment, you have the universities here, the government agencies, the enterprises, but the regulatory also is a very important component. If we look at talent, even talent mobility. There is a big challenge, like in the Philippines. I want to share with you with a recent study that I'm currently doing. There is an annual decline in STEM enrollees. I do not know in your countries whether this is true. In other words, the younger generation now really are not very much interested in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. In the Philippines, there's an annual decline of the rate of about 2.58%. And this is a concern, because if we need to really address those technologies, you really need, these STEM, graduates. And of course, our STEM graduates decline on the average of 20.15%. Now, if you look at the higher level of knowledge, like the PhD STEM enrollees in the top research, shows that in natural sciences and engineering, it's really, just a flat, growth, no? And the STEM graduates, PhD, you can see natural sciences going down, engineering, is down there. So if we need to really address, these, areas of clean technology, we need more talents that we need to develop, in our countries. So in the Philippines, for example, researchers in full-time equivalent, per million population is only 173.6 compared to the other countries, which is definitely much, higher. And our top-level researchers, if you can see distributed along the different priority areas of the government, there is not much talent here. And those who are doing research in universities, you can see that almost 50%, 42%, significant number, are not doing research at all related to the national priorities of the government or in STEM. So the talent is not there, for our. So the framework for our human capital development here, you can see the academy would not be enough, the resources of Philippines. You need the bilateral and multilateral partnership. And I think that is where the ATM Connect would come. So our academy will not be able to produce the necessary human capital that will be necessary for your industry, as mentioned, earlier. That will, So we are looking at the global market, not even your own domestic market for that. So the multilateral partnership and bilateral is very, very crucial in S&T human capital. And finally, just to share you some key takeaways, negative emissions technology can be used to achieve net zero emissions. There's a need for more green talents, researchers, scientists, and engineers to engage in various research, development, innovations in nets. And most of these technologies are still in infancy. So you need more people there. No? STEM education and training to equip individuals with the knowledge and skills needed for green technology and innovation is very important. Collaboration and networking among industry, academia, government, and stakeholders to facilitate knowledge sharing, technology transfer, and innovation diffusion is also essential. And global partnerships to address carbon neutrality efforts toward environmental sustainability and economic development. I think those are the key takeaways, for our green talent development. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you very much, Professor Kulaba, for a very comprehensive talk about negative emission technologies and also the issues on green talents that you are having in the Philippines. And I think it's pretty similar in a lot of ASEAN member states. So next, so we have already heard all 4 interesting talks today. Are there any questions from the floor to any of the speakers? Yes, please. Please kindly introduce yourself and then address the speakers that you would like to hear from.
Hi, my name is Warajit Setapan, and I'm also the expert group for ASEAN Talent Mobility. I am really glad to see the framework of how does the Philippines develop green talents as well, and there is a need for bilateral or trilateral or ASEAN collaboration. When we talk a lot about green talent, so people ask, there are so many, all of you talk so many technologies. What is the priority? If like my group want to ask, to develop a green talent, what researcher or engineer or scientist, what topic is needed for ASEAN? Like if I can find a funding agency, which is not far away from here, that they said, what is your priority? What is needed? And then we can help make that happen. Yeah, what do you think is the priority right now for the green talent? Because there's so many right now. How about for all the speakers too, please?
Okay, well, simply, you have the good ground in STEM areas. If you can see most of it, if you talk about carbon capture, you talk about electric vehicles, batteries, you talk about the technologies that I indicated earlier, you will not be able to, get them into this kind of, sectors or work without a strong foundation in STEM. Our problem that we are experiencing, at least in the Philippines, and I do not know in the other countries, our enrollment in STEM is going down. And even worse is, I think, I do not know if I have shared that, 1 in every 10 enrolled in the PhD program completes, So that is really, a concern. I think we cannot even talk about mobility when we don't have people to move around. So we really need to really look at fundamental the thing is, most of the young now, if you ask them, they're not likely to come to engineering, maybe because it's a difficult area, but the opportunities, the jobs that are available, especially at a higher level of, with PhDs or masters, where are they going to go? I think we need to we need to have, to fast track this technology, so the entire ecosystem and the battery, because there's just so many opportunities there. But do we have the talent, to get? I'm not sure whether Thailand is experiencing, the lack of talent, where to source the people who can work in these, areas. That's too technical, to be in. So it's not like any graduate would be able to fit in this type of, work. Okay, thank you.
I mean, that was why in the ASEAN strategy for carbon neutrality, it's not only talent mobility, but also talent development. So anything to add?
Yeah, I guess I really agree on that part. So I don't say particular fields is really needed, but as you mentioned, the STEM. So ensure that the people, even you are in the policy maker, but some of the basic of, STEM and those such things. And what I would like to hear more is when we're talking about right now, why the younger generations don't seem to go, because going into science and engineering, you put a lot of hard work on that part, but you don't get a lot at some point. So it's at times many kids, okay, maybe YouTuber, influencer, that is not bad at all, but still, can we make the influencer more in terms of science technologies and blah, 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 for making awareness on that part? So what I would like to add on this, just like if we can work together with the private sector or those people in this in the workforce industry, and then we come up with some ideas that, you know, the study in this era might not be in the classroom no more. You spend times in the university the first year, the second years, and then you go to the company. You learn from the real situation, and you are so into, for example, you found that they have some basic on STEM already, and they found something very interesting in the company, and they come back to the university with they have really good, you know, lecturers and teachers to teach them. So what I would emphasize on this part is the same thing. Make sure that everyone, you know, many of our younger generations know the thinking in terms of STEM, and then make the chances for them to meet those people, the workforce people. So, yeah.
Just to quickly echo Professor Erwin, right? In Thailand, this is 8 years ago, I just had this discussion, you know, in the evening with all my peers, colleagues from STI too. So why nobody is interested in there? So I Google it up, search it up. About 8 years ago, about 40% of high school students choose STEM. It's good, right? So 40% of the pools, but it dropped down to about 4% when you go to master, and not even 1% to PhD. I think this is alarming, and of course that's what 8 years ago. With COVID, I think everyone knows education is very difficult, and to to teach STEM through screen, that's very challenging. I also accept the training student that never at all in his life to get a real hand-on experience because the COVID, right, coming in 2019 and we have 2020, and they just accept the training student. Gosh, we have to train them a lot. Now my question to this workforce in this generation, how they can survive in industry? Because industry, they need, you know, physical thing, you know, and they're not like teaching or speaking like that. But of course, I want to also echo Professor Erwin and also echo Dr. Sanchai that I think we need to really get serious and also get the industry to involve. And we know that the compensation may not be as attractive, but I think there's a challenging other aspect that, you know, at least we can convey them to come back to STEM industry. And I think recently I just heard that we are now cheating, not STEM, we just say STEAM. So we include art in there, so the percentage is higher.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I have actually a follow-up question to this, especially the engagement of industry. So in the morning, the talk of Dr. Hu, he touched upon the upskilling and also reskilling of the people. I think that would be also a very important portion when we don't really have a lot of people in the industry. So would actually this upskilling or reskilling be the way out for this kind of new technologies or not?
So I think this afternoon, my colleagues from EVAT, you know, EV Association, will touch upon the fact that with the drastic change of the industry from IC to EV, of course, we cannot wait for those, you know, vocational school, either high school student or the bachelor to come out with this EV skill. And for those of you who are lecturer, you know that what you teach in class now is actually what happened 50 years ago, right? Unless of course you have to update things in theory like that. So in Thailand, I think with our ministry, I think we have this reskill and upskilling, and also under the theme of EV, I think we have this, we call it non-skill, so that we don't have to deal with those accrediting, you know, the unit. So we actually get funding, and then having some of the university who are actually located in the EEC area. EEC is Eastern Economic Corridor, where there's a lot of the automotive industry, and we do the training for them, so that at least, you know, we cannot wait to get that degree in electric vehicle program. We just need the skill that to make sure that when you open the hood and see that orange cable, you're not going to touch it, you know, because that's deadly high voltage cable. But you want to make sure that you get at least enough, because as we know, 12% of new sedan in Thailand are EV. And after year, we do this reskilling also, not only the factory, but also the upper department of land transport. You know, by law, for those of you in Thailand, if your sedan car is over 7 years old, you have to go to one of the exhaust, the checkup And one of the requirement beside the braking things is to look at the black smoke. Now, what happens if you have BEV? Oh, you check because you have no smoke? No, you have to check other things that to reflect how we can use the EV safely on the street. So I think this kind of thing is reskilling, upskilling as that's what we're trying to do in Thailand, at least for the container EV. But of course, we are not limited to EV. Then we look at industry, what else, what other skill that maybe we can talk among ASEAN to see how can we mobilize this skill, upskilling and reskilling. Thank you.
Just quickly on that part. So as we can see, the situation in Thailand right now are many, I think, the private sectors. They have opening the Department of Sustainability, departments of CCUS tech. So I heard some of that. So it means that the private sector is, changing themselves. So the reskill and upskilling is very crucial because you have your own people. So they know the company, they know everything so well already. But there are some changing in terms of, production. Because when we're mentioning about these, like especially those companies that do export to the EU country, so the CBAM has really strong influence on that part. So all the suppliers, I mean the big company, the small company, can have influence on that part. So the upskill and reskilling and making awareness and understanding of the current people that you have in hands is something that can be implemented. We still wait for a little bit from the first question for the younger generation, but the one that is truly ready and understand the business is your current employee. So working so hard on upskill and reskilling in that part.
Okay. So Ms. Latifa Haida, do you have anything to add? Well, I believe you are still with us now.
Yes, I am. I hope you can still hear me. Just quick couple of points. I think I would like to also echo Dr. Sanchai, because when we look at the developing green talent and mobility, apart from in the context of technology, science as well as innovation, it has to be a whole ecosystem. We need to be able to train our lawyers. We need to be able to train our accountants, because it also involves disclosure. And when we look at tech and innovation, one of the things that we also have to look at is the demand side of it. How do we commercialize some of this research? How do we bring those theories to papers? How do we bring it to market? Because it also creates an incentive to spur innovations and technology, and also awareness. Awareness is a key thing. I think that we need to also be able to address, because without the full understanding of why we need to make such green transition, there will also be lack of interest, especially if you mention in relation to maybe the younger generation who may not be able to immediately feel or understand. But I would actually like to highlight that I feel that the younger generation, this is my personal observation, the younger generation is actually a bit more attuned with the need to make the green transition. And we need to be able to heighten the awareness level, and this gap is actually quite common, not just in ASEAN, actually globally, but more so in ASEAN. And we also must ensure that when we address it, it has to be addressed in an inclusive and holistic way. So I just wanted to share that 3 points. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I see people start looking at their watch. So I know that many of you may still have some questions or comments. Our speakers will still be with us during lunchtime, so please grab them if you want to ask them questions. So please join me giving a round of applause for our speakers, and I would like to hand the floor back to the MC.
Thank you very much for the presentation and the wonderful discussion. So before we complete the morning session, I would like to thank all the speakers and audiences who will still with us until lunchtime. And you can collect lunch coupon at the registration desk, and lunch venue will be at Rojana Restaurant on M floor and Krua Ruang Restaurant on G floor. And don't forget that we still have the other sessions in the afternoon. And please enjoy your lunch and see you back at 1 p.m. Thank you.